Looks like there's a chance we might not do all of Sky tonight, but we will use that time wisely to get people epic parts. So there's that. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Here comes the princess. A little harmony on these Blade Storm, and we're gonna get this noble taken care of. That was a sloppy start. Fortunately, we had a pet break right on Noble. Quan's going down like a sack of potatoes. Protectors next. Hopefully we just breeze through this stuff tonight. That would be the goal. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Harmony. Harmony duty. The worst. But it's gotta be done. All my harmonies are getting ripped off by other people. I think that's my sign that I don't have to do harmony duty. It's a nice night for Sky. I'm more interested in the epic pieces we're going to do after this. But I think the whole raid is at this point. We're so bored of Sky. We have like 30 Sky items in our bank that are just rotting. Well, I should say 30 Sky MQs. They put a change. Where if you're targeting somebody and you have like a J-boots or GCD resetting effect, if you're not targeting yourself, it doesn't work. You can't reset your GCD if you're targeting something else. It works for combat though, as long as you're in combat with it, but it won't work on random NPCs. I tried it on like the Keymaster outside the raid, and I just tried to apply my Sky Cloak, and it was like, you can't put that on, you can't apply that to that character. Like, I don't want to apply it to them, I want to apply it to me. I suppose in raids it's not going to really matter, but I don't know how it's going to work elsewhere. Alright, boss time. That was quick. Man, Warrior Threat is jamming now. I wonder what her MR is. I can't recall if I was ever able to land spells on her. Mage enchant? I don't even know who the finely crafted amulet's for. I don't need sky loot though. I know it's not for ranger for sure. It's gonna be so sweet when Kunark releases. We come back to here and people will be able to, druids will be able to tame the essence harvesters. These things are truck pets. Or so I'm told. What's up, BD? How are you this fine night? Awesome. Trying to get through this boring ass sky so we can go do epics, right? Oh, right. I forgot you guys could dual wield those. Broken. I want a second Age Rage Reorn. Well, hopefully we'll do more than one sister. I mean, I don't want to do 18 of them, but I definitely want to get more than one to up people's chances. Freaking Lord is still a stingy bastard. He's only ever dropped one Ranger shoulder. My green brothers need some shoulders, man. Oh, right off the hop with a story redemption. Oh, man. Alright, so let's see. You want to hear a terrible story? It's been a really bad Monday. Not just like for me specifically, but like my family just having a bad day. So, we got some new ferrets that got rehomed to my wife. We had one ferret. She had a partner, but he passed away, unfortunately, a while back. So, one of our neighbors was like, hey, we have two ferrets, and we need to rehome them. We can't take care of them anymore. So they had them in this like really dingy cage. And it sucked, so my wife was, of course, like, yeah, we gotta take these things in. But our Ferret Nation cage was too small for 3 ferrets. So I was like, well, if you need a bigger one, go buy a bigger one. So she went online and she bought a double-stacked Ferret Nation, well, actually a Critter Nation, which is designed for rats. It's actually better for ferrets. Not that that's important, but the bars are just, they're closer together so that rats wouldn't be able to escape. And it makes it better so my toddler doesn't stick her fingers in there. So anyway, my eldest grabbed the box right away, and my wife's like, don't play with that, you know, there's all kinds of bad stuff in it. But my eldest was like, grab the box fort. They're hanging out in the kitchen, I'm trying to work. I work right next to my kitchen, I'm like in this little nook area. And, you know, I go to the bathroom, I'm in the bathroom for a second, and I just hear squealing. And then my eldest was like, oh man, you know, the baby, she's bleeding everywhere. I'm like, what the hell is happening? So, you know, I'm trying to finish up in the bathroom. My wife's screaming and, like, they're just saying there's blood everywhere. I think my baby is seriously injured. So what happened was, she had stepped on a galvanized staple. It was a tiny little puncture wound, but man. And now she's been limping all day. It's a terrible day for her. But she got hot fudge sundae, so like that really did solve a lot of issues for her. I wish I was 2 again, and ice cream could solve all my issues. Yeah, right. So like, you know, I got out of the bathroom and I rushed over, and my wife was still trying to like triage her, and there was just, and you know, to be fair to everybody who was panicking, there was a ton of blood for a tiny little puncture wound. You know, it's just, you know, she's a baby, so she's got a lot really good blood flow, and of course she was walking on naked cardboard, so it looked way worse. So my wife's like cleaning her up, and we're looking for a puncture wound. And we find this tiny little prick on the bottom of her foot, and then we put a bunch of band-aids on it. And you know, for the past 3 nights, we've done co-sleeping. For the first time in that baby's existence, she's actually sleeping at night with us. And man, it's ruined now because she had to take like a trauma nap today that was like 3 hours long. So there's no way she's going to sleep with us tonight. So we're gonna have to go back to the old taking shifts again. Terrible Monday. And not that it was worse, but I also had to fight with like Wendy's corporate today because they ripped me off for like 16 bucks. I know you might have read a little bit of that, but oh man, that was awful too. Although their customer service was like super nice. The lady on the phone was like, that lady did sound like a bitch. She was on my side. She's like, here's what I'll do. I'll give you the option. You could have, you know, basically money applied to your account, your online account, or you can dispute it with the store because it's a franchise. And I was like, I don't want to deal with those people anymore. I was like, just give me the money in the account and I'll use it next time I go. First time I've ever had an interaction like that. That's fast food for you, though. I was trying to be nice and get lunch for my family, and then on my own lunch break, I took a late lunch break today at work. But yeah, the ferrets are doing awesome. They love their new house. They kind of acclimate to each other. We had the other two in quarantine in this horrible cage that we were given with them. But they all seem to be chilling out nicely now. Oh, that had to have been awful. Boil your feet. I have this really vivid memory from when I lived in Long Island. They used to have these substations, these electrical substations. And they were like sometimes in the middle of the woods. But we had one off of a cul-de-sac. And it was like one of the hottest summers in New York that I could remember. And in the substations, they had removed all the foliage and stuff just so that there would be no chance of fire spreading or anything like that. And they filled it with like beach sand. So you have like a forested area, and then all of a sudden you have like a half acre of beach sand. So we hopped the freaking fence, and we were playing in the sand in the electrical substation. And of course, this story is not nearly as scary as you might think it's going to go. But I just remember it being like the really, really hot summer, and we were catching crickets for whatever reason. I mean, we didn't have any bodies of water near us. We couldn't go fishing or anything like that. We were just catching crickets. And these were like gargantuan ones too. They weren't locusts, but they were like the biggest crickets I ever seen. And we were just catching them there, and we were doing it for hours. And I remember just passing out in the sand lot. And it was crazy scary because I just remember waking up in like a cold bath of ice, and my mom was like crying, and like my brother thought I was dying, but I just passed out from heat stroke. But I remember it like super vividly. I can't recall too much of my memory from when I was a little kid, but that's one of my like earliest traumatizing memories. Maybe not my earliest, but that was definitely maybe like 6 or 7 at the time. What's up, Micro? How you doing tonight? I had Matthew redeem a story, so I was reminiscing. A lot of stuff happened in Patchogue, Long Island that I remember, and I wasn't there for that long, maybe 2 years of my life. I remember the Rangers winning the Cup. I think that was in '96. I was really excited about that. I saw a black bear for the first time in my life. Migraines suck, dude. And I know you've had them your whole life, too. Mine come and go so quickly. Like, they won't leave unless I take meds. But I don't get them frequently enough to, like, always be worried about them. But they do, they come fast. Hey, it is the 10th. Thank you for the sub, Micro. I appreciate it. You just hit my 10 sub goal. We're hyped. And I heard my noise, so I know it works, and I saw my flash. Look at you, testing all my stuff all at once. Appreciate that. I, of course, am saving mine for you. I was kind of hoping Les wouldn't ask me the other day when I was watching him. Not that I could anyway, because apparently, you know, we got pushed to the 10th. All of us did. Yeah, her headaches are highly medicated. She needs, like, monthly stuff for hers. Look at me pulling a boss, not even paying attention. Thank you. Reaching sub goals and stuff? I don't even know what I'm gonna name the next one. I'm nowhere near my first payout, but I mean, I guess I'm probably close to the halfway. I'm not too concerned about it. This is just more fun than anything. I was talking to my neighbor today, and I had mentioned that, you know, I was joking around with my wife because we were talking about how I actually earned money on this platform. And she's like, oh yeah, how much? I'm like, oh, you know, like 25 bucks. And she's like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. And then I was like, yeah, after like 80 hours of streaming. And then we both laughed. And I was telling my neighbor that same thing. I was like, you know, that's like 30 minutes of my real job. But I hate my real job, and I like this. I just know that I'm never doing this, you know, for good. But if I ever do, if it ever gets to that point, can't wait to tell my boss to shove it. I don't want to spend too much time daydreaming about doing that, though, because I know I'm probably going to be working there for the next 20 years. I don't feel like you're trying to be a tryhard. You're rotating games. I am just focused on this one. But this is, like, the only game I'm playing. I really can't. I like, updated my Steam Deck the other night, and I was like, I'm going to totally play a game. But here's my issue with my Steam Deck and the games I have currently on my save files. You ever just, like, dread doing something that's probably pretty simple, but you have, like, an existential crisis about it, and you just don't want to do it, even if it is simple? Because it's for yourself? I have all these save files in these games, and I have the guides bookmarked, but I don't want to find where I need to be in the guide to continue my playthrough. That kid's not going to be on schedule. She's drooling on her sister right now. Sorry to tell you. But our co-sleeping journey has ended already. I should probably link loot just in case somebody wants to see it. Those are two different items, Bard and Enchanter. I thought they pulled up the same item, but I know you can't duplicate windows. That baby came up to me and she was crying. And I gave her sister an ice cream sandwich because I promised them ice cream. And I was like, go to your sister, she's got ice cream. And I was like, it's your fault if she eats it before you get over there. So all she did was like try to just drink my whole Coke. She's like, I see you have a Coke, I am thirsty. Yeah, I was telling people about her trauma nap today, at the staple and everything. Matthew redeemed a story, he redeemed his points for a story, so I told him about the terrible Monday we've had. But there's a silver lining because the ferrets are super duper happy now. 2 different people saying the Jefferson's moving on up about their cage. Me and my neighbor. It's so funny when he came into the house and he looked at it, he's like, moving on up. I was like, I just sang that song. Yeah, so like, Leslie, he had his 10k points, I think is still like, just changed the game he's playing. And I've got like 50,000 points on his channel. One day I'm just going to run him out of games. I keep threatening him with that, but I don't think he believes me. Because I'm at like 49,000 points, and I'm just going to make him change games like 5 times in a row. I'm going to ruin his whole stream. Oh, if we double up, we can just... He's just gonna end the stream. You know, now that I noticed that the other kid is asleep too. The eldest kid is asleep. They're both just sleeping on each other. It's actually adorable. Buy a shit. That's definitely your like retail therapy. I'm just gonna buy a bunch of Pokemon cards, or now Lurkana. There was a Lurkana sale when we were broke last week, and I didn't tell you about it. I just knocked a key off my keyboard. I don't know what expansion it was, but Best Buy was the one having the sale. And I think those packs are normally like $7, right? I think they were like $4 or $5 each. I taught you to with Bob. You were kicking our ass with that counter deck that we made for you. So I don't know why we made you a deck. We should have taught you how to make a deck and then let you make your own. Instead, we made one, and you whipped both of our asses with it. Well, yeah, I had to go to work. I worked night shift at the time, but we still played in the mornings and stuff. I can't wait for that new keyboard to get here tomorrow, because, like, I was just playing and my key fell off and, like, fell to the ground. This thing is so worn out. Commander does interest me, but it's considered a new format to me. I know it's not new anymore, and that it's super popular. Almost rivals just, you know, normal tournament play, right? I see more people talk about Commander than I do the actual game. Well, the actual normal, the base setting. I should probably get rebuffs. Only 2 Shaman tonight, wow. Is the reason why they won't let it be the end-all be-all because they can't make a lot of profit out of it, because they allow a lot of older sets to be played in Commander? It seems like the more economical way to play the game as well, because you get you more out of your cards. Yeah, but with standard, right? Isn't it just the last 3 expansions are the only ones that are tournament playable? But Commander goes like way further back than 3? Or am I just... is that just false information I've been fed? I still have a ton of MTG cards, and some of them are worth an okay amount of money. I got tired of putting rares into like the card site, but at one point I had like a stack of $300-400 of cards that I was gonna let them grade and buy from me. See, that's why I was saying it's more economical. It's better on a normal player, especially an old school player who still has old cards. That appeals to me, and I don't even play the game. If you were to tell me, hey, you could play within the last 3 expansions, which you own 0 cards from, or you can basically use any of the old cards you've had for the past 25 years, I would always choose that option. Because I'm not going to go gung-ho into a new hobby. And that might make me go gung-ho into a new hobby, if you're telling me that I can, you know, use all my retro shit. But if you tell me you can only use the last 3 expansions because... you know, balance issues, but really just we want you buying new cards, then I'm just going to roll my eye. Oh, it's the last 2 years? So what, like 10 expansions? Because they do, what, 3 a year or something like that, right? Or has that changed? I always remember it like being every 3 months or something like that. $4 a year, okay, so 1 per quarter. Okay, that makes sense. So much shit going on in my raid right now. Group was asking someone to drop so they can pick up a bard. I'm fucking killing myself on a DS. I'm having a Harmo shit. Now I gotta use my welfare heals. Something about the TCGs, right? Like, when I was a kid, if you would have told me all of this is going to be online one day, and you totally get... like, if you buy physical packs, you're going to get boosters for online. I would have been ecstatic. But the fact that, like, I don't like randomized player versus player stuff. I liked MTG because of the social aspect of hanging out with my friends, collecting the cards, trading the cards, and working with each other to just... it was just a hobby for us. It was a lot of fun. I don't like the idea of just randomly facing somebody online. It's like, I remember when Hearthstone came out, I thought I was going to be all about Hearthstone. I hate Hearthstone. I'm just not about random player versus player. I never have been, I never will be. It doesn't matter what game I'm playing. Probably why I can't play anything akin to League of Legends. I'll never be able to play a MOBA. Warframe is like the only exception, and that's certainly not player versus player either. It feels like it, but it's not. That's like player versus environment, and their PvP is a joke and everyone laughs at it, so that's fun too. Yeah, how often does that happen when they create a sequel? They're saying that they're going to keep Smite 1 because if Smite 2 bombs, they can revert back to 1. It's like ArenaNet not giving any money to Guild Wars 2 for years and years and years until it became their best-selling and best revenue stream after like 10 years of being on the market. And then they're like, all right, let's pump as many expansions as we can into this, and we're doing a Guild Wars 3. Like, you guys really bet on the wrong golden gooses. Yeah, I mean, the only reason why EQ1 still exists is because it's more profitable than EQ2 and always has been. EQ2 was a failure out of the gate. It's still alive because, you know, it's in-house owned and costs nothing to keep the lights on. I still can't believe we're gonna get an EQ3. It's probably gonna be horseshit, but it's actually gonna happen. They canceled, you know, EQ Next years ago, like 5 or 6 years ago at this point. But Darkpaw, or whoever their parent company is now, it still boils down to essentially Sony. Daybreak Games, right? So it's not Sony anymore, that's my mistake. But Daybreak Games is the parent company. They had it in their last fiscal quarter meeting that there is a development team for EQ3. They don't have a ton of money on it, but considering that it's such a small development team, they're giving them like 10 years to make it. And the expectations are they're just not set super high, like AAA WoW killer. You know, I'm so glad that term died a long time ago. Their expectations are set normally for this. Not like EQ Next was. And I don't know what system they're building it off of, but they swear it's going to happen. That reminds me a lot of PSO2, with the cosmetics that you may not be able to transfer over. Yeah, WoW, there's no killing WoW. Blizzard killed WoW. And yet it still stands tall in different forms. Retail looks really meh. But then you have actual classic servers, then you have the classic rotational servers, or whatever you want to call them. Not rotational, but classic progression servers. You have Season of Discovery. There's what? 1, 2, 3, 4 different versions of World of Warcraft right now. And that's just from Blizzard. You want to talk private servers? There's 2 very extremely popular private servers. One called Turtle WoW, which is the lesser of the 2 popular ones, and then there's Ascension, which is a classless WoW emulation server with custom content. And that is so popular that my YouTube watch list, or recommended list, is just completely flooded with suggestions of those videos. Because you can make your own class, so it's like you have like necromancers and engineers. You can play different races that you normally wouldn't be able to play. Turtle WoW is the secondary one. It's not as crazy as Ascension. Ascension, I think it's called Project Ascension. But they'll just pull shit from wherever they want to pull shit from the timeline of WoW. and add it if they like it. But Turtle WoW is more traditionally, it's based off of Classic, but there's additional things added to it. Like additional racials, spells have been tweaked. So like, this is the only example that I know of currently, because I only watched one video because I got bored. They give trolls an additional racial. They gave everybody additional racials, but trolls, you get, all the races get different racials, additional racials, later in the leveling process, between like levels 30 and 40 and stuff. Trolls get Hex, which turns people into frogs, reduces their melee damage to 60%, and they can't cast spells. It's a traditional Hex. But the trolls get it because that's part of what the trolls do. On top of that, the guy was planning to play an Enhancement Shaman. And the Enhancement Shaman, you know, in Classic WoW, not very good, because they only get like one rank of Storm Strike, and it's on like a 30-second cooldown. Well, they added another rank to it, bringing it down to a 12-second cooldown. And, you know, it really helps along Enhancement Shamans be better at what they were trying to do originally. It's like a mix between Season of Discovery and very, very custom things. But in Turtle WoW, there's nothing that's like crazy, blow your mind. In Ascension, everything is supposed to blow your mind. But there's cookie-cutter builds in Ascension, though. So even though you may be able to play an Undead Necromancer, which is a offshoot off the Warlock of minion summoning, it may not be as powerful as, you know, something else, like a Gnomish Engineer or something like that. There's always going to be the cookie cutters. I don't think they have their balancing right, but that doesn't stop people from enjoying the absolute hell out of it. I was curious. It's not like I'm going to play it, but I was certainly curious. I think I was more curious about Turtle WoW because it's not crazy changes. It's something I can wrap my head around. And also I think they accelerate the experience so that it's not quite like Classic leveling. It's enhanced a little bit, like maybe 20-25%. And I think there's built-in add-ons where it's like you can clump all your quests together, or maybe you automatically pick up your quests. So that was something that I thought was really cool. We pulled way too much. Meat down for the count. We lost our meatball. Ooh, we're gonna have to disband. This is ugly. I'm trying my hardest not to die. Well, yeah, because right now people are disbanding so they don't die. Because we fucked up all. Yeah, we disband. If you're in a raid instance, and you just if you get out of the raid is forced to remove you based on Secrets' rules for the instances. Ooh, nice. I'm able to get up this way for the first time. I don't have to go off the rock. Thanks, clump of people. Well, we're going to be doing some regrouping because we're losing all of our buffs. I just got those damn shaman buffs back on there. That guy's going to be pissed at me. Oh, at least Dookie's here. I'll bother him instead. I hate when we only have like 2 shaman. And I gotta ask for 4 buffs, so I'm like, I'm gonna rotate you guys, but then one ignores me in an hour. And I'm like, I gotta bother you again, same guy who gave me 4 buffs an hour ago. Yeah, last time I checked, I think we had like 36 in raid tonight, which is not necessarily low. We are low on clerics tonight, though. We had to pull some out of the woodwork. In fact, when we first started, my guild leader was like, we might not even just do Sky and just go straight to doing epic pieces for people. But then a couple of clerics were like, I'll just get on my cleric. Some people drop to their alts, and some people drop their alts to their mains. To be honest with you, we don't need Sky. We don't. We're doing it out of habit to keep the raid night alive. We have 30 items from Sky right now, MQ quests. We have 30 plus items in our auction channel on our Discord, where if you're that class, an alt or a main, you can just bid 2 DKP on it, and you never have to go to Sky to get the item. Well, I mean, you have to go to Sky to complete the quest, but you don't have to have any combat in Sky. We're just giving them away. We should be trading with other guilds for stuff we don't have, but the rare stuff is rare for every guild. Like, my friggin' Ranger Shoulders are the only ones we've ever gotten. And that's because the Lord that we're trying to do on the island that we just abandoned, he's the only one who drops them, and he's a multi-farm boss, but we farmed him like nights where we killed him like 20 plus times. And he just never freaking drops them. The only drop was ever there. I paid like 150 DKP and felt like an idiot for spending so much, but now I don't. I feel worse about spending 250 on a sword that we have like 30 of. Just reminded myself that I have to recharge my shoulders. I don't remember what class mana battery I need to recharge my shoulders. Yeesh, I don't want to waste money. I think it's a class 2. Let's find out. Oof, nope. Just wasted 25 plat. I gotta look this up. Although I'm not sure how. I think it's this one. Welcome back from the ad break. Looks like I am not recharging my shoulders tonight because I messed up the batteries twice. It's not 2 or 3, it's gotta be 4 or 5, but I don't have the platinum on me to buy one. You should hop on a level, because if you don't, you'll get distracted and you'll do other stuff. Man, such slow recovery in Classic. And half of us didn't even die. But it's the Enchanter pets. They're too powerful. What level are you? 20, 26, 27? Close to 27? $26, yeah. That's what I thought you were. I'm sure you're getting very fucking tired of Unrest now. If you are, that might change when you get to the basement for the first time. Because it's new scenery. And new loot. Loot you actually care about, because so much fine steel drops down there. And the best part about the basement is that you get to 30 really fucking fast. So even if you go at 26, you'll be 30 in a day or two. And then the last two levels kind of... They take their time, but it's not too slow if you leave at 32. But then things get crazy, because it's like... I'm gonna go to Mistmore. And that place is Train City. I hate the fact that, yeah, the second floor is... You can actually do 3 different camps on the second floor, because you can go up the stairs and you can do the barkeep room and then the hag tower at the top, because that's only like 3 or 4 mobs max up there. That's perfect for a small group. But the fact that QUARM, you know, they made these camps all by themselves on day 1. In like P99, all of Unrest is a camp. But on more densely packed servers like TLPs and stuff, sometimes 2 or 3 mobs is all one group can get. But the bar's got like 6 mobs in it. And Fireplace pulls from that. They also pull from upstairs in the hand room. They pull the savant room. They pull the hag tower when no one's in there. They have 5 different camps they pull from. You could easily make 2 groups there and just say, hey, actual Fireplace group, F off and only take the hand in the savant room. And then one group can take bar and hag tower. And that's more than enough mobs, considering 6 to 8 minute respawn timer on all of them. You can't keep all of those rooms on lock with one Fireplace room, with one Fireplace group. And if you can, you guys are way too overleveled and need to leave anyway. Nobody does the savant room. Nobody. And that's legitimately 7 or 8 mobs, and it's a 2-level room that you can pull directly into Fireplace. And then there's also the little offshoot room in Fireplace that's got 1 or 2 mobs in it. Then you have the hallways. It's way too many mobs for one group. I don't know why they never split that into 2 groups. On this server, anyway. Like I said, P99, man. You have like an MR group and everything else. On P99, you got people from MR pulling Fireplace and Hag Tower and shit. Damn it, it was a class 4 mana battery. I did 2 and 3, but I didn't have 4. Now I don't have enough money for 4. Now we got people that are bugged out. It's making it much harder for us to get this back on track. Bugged in the way that they can't be invited to a group, so they have to log out and log back in. On top of having to recover. We can't get into combat with people who aren't in the group because they'll get automatically kicked if they enter combat. What an annoyance. Awesome freaking cleric in my guild just gave me 2 mana batteries. Recharged my earthquake shoulder. I've been meaning to do this for weeks, I just forgot. It's because you have to use a container that you have to buy from an NPC, and the battery that you have to buy from the NPC, and the container is a one-time use. So you can only ever recharge away from that NPC once, before having to go back to buy the container again. You can stack the batteries as much as you want, but you can only have one of the containers, even if you have enough room to carry 10 of them. Because they're lore, so you can only get one. It's a 2-slot container, it's for your item and the recharge battery only. But now I have 2 charges of Earthquake on that, and I have a sword that earthquakes. So I'm ready to fuck some AoE shit up. Not that I plan on doing that tonight, but probably next fear. Ooh, look at that little army of fairies over there. We're doing some Lord farm tonight, so we're not killing the entire island so that we can keep respawning the Lord. I'm so low on the death touch list tonight that I'm probably not going to take any death touches. That's great. So damn rare for me. Unless a lot of our DT guys have to leave suddenly. Which happens occasionally. Because DT taken is a shitty job. But if you do it enough, they pick you first for the epic pieces. We just had Spearock Earth Totem. I was just talking about this earlier. It's their Ranger Shoulders. We got 2 Rangers fighting over it right now. That's so cool, man. Second ones ever. Always brings a smile to my face to see Rangers get gear. Our shit is it's just seemingly so rare in here. Except for the cloak and the sword. Those things are just so abundant. It would be so insane if he dropped a second Earth Totem after all these months of not getting any. Boo, he didn't drop another one. He dropped an Ivory Sky Diamond. Which I have no idea who it's that for. That's the first time we've ever got a Spirok Wingblade. Warrior Ranger. 15 damage, 38 delay. And it has an effect of Invigor, which gives you stamina back, I think. What orb? What are you talking about? Oh, the melee damage it does. Yeah. I could see you discussing that with other mages. Like, let's not discount the fact that it does 8 melee, guys. Just 120, right? I forgot. Forgive me. You're just gonna be like level 60 with your epic. And you're gonna be meleeing shit with a defense of like 72 out of 250. Everything's quadding you for like 250. Don't discount that 7 I just hit on that thing. Everyone's just yelling at you. Would you just freaking nuke? I think this DT might be mine. I think it's got my name on it. Well, I don't know what their cap increases to at 60. Everybody's caps go up a little bit after 50. Clutch ass death touch. I ripped that dude like 1 second to spare. I need a ton of Kunark stuff to complete my epic. I have everything I can do in Classic done. And you know what the shittiest part is? It's me just really needing to talk to an NPC in Kunark. Then I can get a bunch more stuff in Classic, but I need to speak to the NPC first. So it's stupid. I think Mage can do a fair amount in Classic. It's certainly not one that you can complete now, but I think you can do the bulk of it in Classic. The Elemental Binder, some of the staves. You could do big chunks of it. I could always ask a mage in my guild that I trust, and I can ask him, like, percentage-wise, how much can you do? I asked a friend. I'll get you an answer in a minute, but I'll be right back. 30 seconds, gotta do a quick bio. Hi, I'm back. I asked a mage friend of mine, but he doesn't necessarily know because he hasn't been playing his mage a lot lately. And I don't think he's going to play one coming into Kunark. He did say that the big pieces are like doing the staves and the crown, which you can do in Classic currently. But outside of that, he's not sure of the actual specifics. I asked for like a rough estimate, like, give me a rough percentage. How hard, you know? He's like, I can't give you something like that because I just don't know. But I think the mage needs 4 major components. the crown, the 2 staves, and one other. And those are the big portions of the quest. And we just let our fucking staves rot at this point, pretty much. And the crown drops in the hole, I think it starts with that, Elemental Crown of Mastery, then you have to like do a bunch of stuff with it. Well, if you're cross-checking it through the P99 wiki, it tells you if they're what era they're from, the zones do. When you're looking at the zone information, it'll say like Kunark or Val. Yeah. I don't mind porting you. I'll squeeze you in between me getting to do people's epic stuff. Because we're doing that right after raid, but there's going to be downtime and people moving. So I should be able to squeeze you in between, right between there. It's easier for me to run to Unrest from Butcher Block than it is to run all the way to High Elf. So I could just meet you there. This way you don't have to gate or do anything. This guy's got another warrior epic sword. 2 in a row. It's so stupid how rangers can wield that. It's a horrible weapon as well. If you ever see a warrior with that weapon, Spearhawk Wingblade, they not only robbed a warrior of their epic, but they're idiots too. Well, yeah, if it's part of your epic, you gotta take care of it before too long. Yeah, we ended up killing 4 lords tonight. I don't think we planned on doing that at all. Here we go. Here's the weapon that is turned in for the one of the parts of the warrior epic. Spearhawk Wingblade. It's got a really great damage ratio, or damage on it, 15. It's higher than either of my weapons, but that ratio is, that delay is horrible, 38. At least we had the warriors to support getting 2 of those swords tonight. It's pretty much all I care about lately. Just not letting stuff rot. Everyone's got a million ults, so it's hard for stuff to rot, but there were weeks where we were, when people weren't signing on, because they weren't excited about Kunart because it wasn't close enough. Not difficult, just time consuming. Yeah, I can understand that. Harmony duty is the worst. Yeah, it's for a Shadow Knight, like 40% haste belt. Very awesome belt. For Shadow Knights, of course. Both my kids are awake and crying. What a lovely night. Had to AFK briefly, but I'm back. Thanks for the kind words, Crush. That's awesome. I wonder why she's in there instead of on Teak. Sucker spell drop. Mistmore is in Lesser Fey. So the entrance from the High Elf City, you just take a left, go into Lesser Fey, and then cross that zone into the very corner, and Mistmore is there. But there's a lot of dangerous stuff to cross. You have Invis though, so. What part of Mistmore did they invite you to? Did they say what camp? I'm assuming Graveyard. Graveyard, yeah, it's a really good spot for you. I could still do Graveyard at 34. But, you know, it's Mistmore. Mistmore sucks because of the trains. Although, Graveyard is relatively safe, you could easily overpull it though. I mean, if you're in Unrest and you have a group, then there's no reason to leave your group. Because by the time you get to Mistmore, group invite might be gone. You just solo in there? Or just waiting around for a group? Just sitting. My EXP hasn't moved at all. I've seen the Lord before a couple times. The basement level is right next to MR. There's a side room with a bookshelf in it. As soon as you turn into the right, if you click on that bookshelf, there's a pathway down. But beware, because there's two mobs at the bottom of that bookshelf if nobody's pulling them. So you may need to pull those to get you there. You can't invis past them because they're undead. It's on the pathway towards the back room. It's the second door, closest to back room. You click on that door, and then you're in a small room, and then to your right is a bookshelf, and you click on that, and there's a hidden basement downstairs. What'd you do, run all the way down and get murked by the undeads? The skellies or the hags? Nice. Always good to get EXP reses. Hell yeah, man. Basement's fun. Dude, she almost one-shot me. She just hit me with a freaking harm touch. 1,000 points of damage. I'm below 30. So now she's gonna hate me. I hate when it doesn't put me at my correct bind. Now I gotta do the stupid cactus jump. Bodies falling out of the freaking sky. Spell, Entrapping Roots. Spell, Markar's Discord. Spell, Servant of Bones. Holy shit, that's awesome. That's one of the 50 to 60 necro pet spells. spell, Enlightenment. It's a nice hall of spells. Are you doing basement group behind the false wall, or just in the pit area? Like if you're fighting werebats and there's like a multi-level where there's like a little downstairs and hags, then that's just the normal basement. But if you go past the false lava and the false wall, or the false wall and then the false lava, then you're in the basement proper, where the name spawns. It's gonna be a long recovery time. I voted on this song not knowing there'd be lyrics, and now I regret my vote. Welcome back from the ad break. Not in a ballad mood. That's why I voted on the Goonies song that's playing right now. The Goonies remix. Zune. That name is as out of date as this game. You never answered my question. What part of the basement are you in? Oh, I try to do like a descriptor. Are you seeing a lot of werebats, or are you seeing tentacle terrors? Werebats. Okay, so you're in the room before the false wall and the false lava. So you're not in the deepest part of the basement. You won't see the named mob spawner. He's in the very last room of the basement. It's the guy who drops like the dwarven work boots and one of the rings. More than likely, if it's down a flight of stairs and then up a flight of small stairs, there's the false wall. The normal basement group will pull a lot through that false wall. Yeah, you'll pull a lot of hags, sometimes a mushroom, some skellies through there. Mushrooms suck. They do an AoE slow, or an AoE dehaste, or whatever. Slow is different from haste. I think they slow casting speed, but I know for a fact they slow melee, and it slows those kills to a crawl. Yeah, you also have to snare them because they run at 20%. Nothing else down there does. Well, no, the werebats run too. I forgot that they're not considered undead. Replica of the Worm Queen is the key for this island. So if you get this, and then you turn it into a character named Siren the Insane or something like that. He's all the way up there. He gives you a key, and then you use that key on the ashtray-looking circles around the zone, and that'll teleport you up. It will actually teleport you up to that island, which is Island 8, which is the very last island. In actual EQ, you have to key yourself up to each island every single week. But on QUARM, we get a key ring, so you only have to do it once. The way it was done that way so that you literally have to kill every mob on each island. And it also limited how many people can be in your raid to make it more challenging. But there was a method around it back in the day, as I'm told. There was something called corpse keying. So basically, you die at the end of your raid, and you leave a corpse, because that body is still keyed to all the islands, and you leave it there for 6 days. And then when you go back the night of the next raid, the next time you're in there, you get a proper res, and then your ID gets refreshed, and you're still keyed to everything. And you do that every single week. Basically sacrificing 7% of your experience per week. You'd get it back at the... Well, no, you wouldn't be eligible for EXP res, but you would be eligible for, you know, not losing your shit. Very tedious process. Secrets hated it, was like, I hate this, this wasn't supposed to be a thing in Classic, and I'm getting rid of it by adding a keyring. Unfortunately, there's a ton of keying in Kunark, and not all of it will be key ringable. Yeah, so we do get EXP for killing things, but since it's instance, we only get 10% of the original EXP. If we were in open sky, not the instance version, we would be getting so much experience. Yeah, you did get experience in the original, yeah. It's not a colossal amount. It's still much less than if you were doing a 6-man group somewhere. Just because you're killing raid mobs doesn't mean they give big EXP, because you're still splitting it between... Right now we have 44 people, so... But normally you'd be splitting it with 69 other people. 69, giggity. Yeah, key corpsing or corpse keying was a nightmare, apparently, so I'm told. So it had to go away. Because keying after Classic only got more and more difficult. I think around the pop era is when keying became, like, bindable. And it wasn't like physical keys either. There was like a bunch of stuff you had to do with faction. Long quest lines. Final Fantasy IX has such good music. I wish I would have played that game longer than an hour. I'll have to go back and do it. I know there's mods to make it look really beautiful. Maybe I'll do that. But it's certainly not moving to the top of my list. Although I hear there's a complete remake happening. If they keep it turn-based, I'll be excited for that. If they go all action-based, I'll just ignore it. TPK. I'm not familiar. I probably am, but I just don't understand the abbreviation right now. Oh, you had a total party kill in the game when you tried it last. Okay, that makes sense. I read TPK, and I understood it, and I was like, total party wipe? No, that's not right. I also misread Gunshy in my head, and I thought you said Gushy. I'm like, oh, he must really like it if he's gushing about it. But why would he shy away from it? It's late. My family's a big fan of gushers. I just hate when you buy a box of them. Half of them are strawberry, and half of them are assorted rainbow colored, rainbow flavored or whatever. But you have to look on the packaging. It actually tells you. It's not a mystery. It'll tell you if it's cherry. It's just in fine print on the back. And I just randomly grab one every time, and I get cherry every single time. Strawberry, sorry, not cherry. And I love strawberry. But sometimes I want like the blue one and the green one and stuff. I don't want a whole pack of strawberry. But every single time, if I don't read it, I'll get strawberry 100% of the time. They should just make boxes of the assorted flavored ones. Why the hell do they split them? The guy who created Gushers was like, I fucking hate strawberry. Put them in their own pack. I never want to find one in the assorted pack. It is a first world problem. I bet if I handed out a bunch of packs of Gushers to third world countries, they'd be like, these are all good. But it's a weird observation, isn't it? My wife was like, you don't even need to go to a third world country. I will eat them all. You don't do that with like gummies or any other assorted little snack that's got assorted flavors in it. Except for Starburst, because they have noticed that the pink ones sell the best. And also, for some weird reason, when I was at the Dollar General the other day, or the Dollar Tree, I can't remember which store it was, they had Laffy Taffy, all banana Laffy Taffy, and I was like, that's a good marketing team right there. That's hard to answer. I liked both the lime Skittles and I love green apple anything, so it's hard for me to decide. But my favorite brand of Skittles is not base Skittles. I like the, I think they're called spring flavored. They're like spring pastel colors. They're not Easter brand. They sell them like halfway through the year. Oh, that was. Oh yeah, I see his. I see his thing. Oh, how do you not like the banana flavored Laffy Taffy? Do you not like the banana flavored Runts either? Are you human? That's how I know you're like a social engineering bot if you don't like banana flavored candy. Starburst jelly beans are really delicious, yeah. I don't ever crave jelly beans, but theirs are the best, because they're softer, too. They're nice. For Runts, specifically for Runts, banana's top choice. Banana followed by the heart, which I think is... No, not the red heart. She's trying to overtake me here. The little pink heart, not the actual cherry. There's a cherry, but I don't rank that high because I don't like the flavor of it. There's a pink heart. I don't know what flavor it is, but it's the second best run. It's not cherry. Look it up. Oh, wait. I'm charging your phone. You can't. Now I gotta look it up to prove her wrong, because she just wants to lose a fight to me. Because grape is purple, apple is green. Let's see where the other ones are. Apple... Hang on. No, that's wrong. Let me go to the Wikipedia. They revamped the flavors at one point, so please don't speak until I'm done. They revamped apple and grape. Okay. There is a pink one, dude. It's a strawberry. Thanks. There's a red heart, that's cherry. There's a pink, it looks like a little peach or something. But it's strawberry, and it's the second best one. Followed by orange. So now she's got some anecdotal story about her history class or something. About her teacher having a candy dispensing machine in there for 25 cents, but there was no strawberries in there. The pink is a different shape heart. Cherry is a very sharp-looking heart, but pink is a rounded shape heart. It kind of looks like a little peach emoji. And yeah, it's strawberry and it's delicious. You know, I love lime-flavored stuff, but I cannot eat lime Runts because the citric acid in it is too strong for me. I find it really bitter. She's like, I thought they had apple. So I'm not alone in thinking that the lime Runts were the worst because they revamped it and made them apple. Circling back to Micro's hate for them replacing lime things for apple. Yeah, I used to eat those like warheads when I was a kid, and I would have to rub them against the roof of my mouth, and it would make my mouth bleed awfully, like bad. And everyone's like, that's not how you eat them. I'm like, I literally can't eat them any other way unless I, like, lick them from my hand, one lick at a time. Otherwise, if I popped it in my mouth, I was, like, forced to grind it against my palate. And that was the worst way to eat candy. So those were too sour for me when I was a kid. Speaking of weird candy that we've probably all eaten but haven't eaten in 25 years. You guys remember Zots? They came in like a strip. They were like a hard candy, but once you got into the inside of it, it was like a citric acid baking soda explosion that made foam in your mouth. Yeah, they were fizzy. They're called Zots. You can still find them in like bulk candy stores and stuff, but you can't just like go. Well, she says Five Below, but they have a lot of retro candy at Five and Below. I always loved those Zots. They weren't sour. I just loved eating them. I tried to evenly eat the candy, like lick each side, until it finally broke through. Yeah, for me it wasn't like my taste buds getting exploded, it was my palate. I'd grind the first layer of skin off of it. It was disgusting, I hated it. But I loved the taste of those sour warheads. They've really brought the intensity of those things down over the years, because my kid got one for Halloween, I think, last year, and I just decided, you know, what the hell, she's not going to eat it because she doesn't like sour candy, and I popped it in, I was like, oh, this isn't nearly as bad as I recall. I think they had to tone it down. I remember making that choice when we would stop, like, the Mr. Softy. Do I spend my $1 on, like, a Ninja Turtle ice cream pop with the gumball eyes? Or do I go all in and get, like, 20 pieces of 5-cent candy or 10 pieces of 10-cent candy? Grown up poor, man. $1 went a long way. There was also this place out in Long Island that would let you do 1-cent Tootsie Rolls, man. Is it a sour candy? It's illegal in 38 states? Dude, what does it commit war crimes on your mouth? One brand of the Kinder is. I think it's the one that's completely encapsulated by chocolate, because it's a choking hazard for idiot kids here in America. But we get regular Kinder eggs all the time here. But they're not encapsulated in yeah, the surprise egg. We don't get that one here, obviously. I think there's a version of it we do get here now, but still it's not the exact same as the one over in the UK. The dollar, or the penny candy store that we had like 5-cent Tootsie Pops, and if you got the Indian shooting the star, you'd get a free Tootsie Pop on the wrapper. I know people have made, you know, wide speculation about that for the past like 75 years, that you could send it into Tootsie and they'd give you free ones. They never did that. But the store I went to did. I buy the split ones here by like the half dozen or dozen. My kids love the little toys. Yeah, I think there's a lot of stores that did it if you turned in the Indian shooting the star. There was a line of prizes in the Kinder Eggs, the half eggs, that was like animal conservation, and they had rare and endangered animals toys in them. I thought that was a really cool line of toys. Hey, we got a Crown of Elemental Mastery drop. I never got free ice cream from an ice cream stick, but at least here in the States, they would put jokes on them. Like, you'd get the joke, the base joke, on the part that you can hold. Then you'd have to eat the ice cream to get the answer. That's as far as we've come to... I never won a prize from an ice cream, though. Maybe, like, inside the wrapper. Or, like, on a Flintstones push
like
pop or something. Like, rip the top off of it and it says, like, win whatever. They did that with soda a lot here in the States. Like, you twist the cap off, you can win a Super Nintendo and stuff. They did a lot of that stuff throughout the 80s and 90s. Win a free, bottle. Or you would just get points you can put into, like, those early 90s websites. I don't think I've ever watched a documentary about a Harrier jet. I might have watched one about Concorde going bankrupt. That's not... Was the Harrier jet an actual prize? Or was it like a nondescript prize that they could pick? Yes, to what part of my question? Reminds me of that movie, Real Geniuses. They had the guy who, like, the adult guy who, like, never flunked out of college but never left. He lived in the basement, and he was like a myth, and they found him. And he was studying how to rig prizes like that. And he figured out that because there was no limit to the entry, that if he submitted like 750,000 entries, he could win like 68% of the prizes. And then at the end of the movie, he's got like 68% of the prizes. He's got like a camper home and an RV, like a four-wheeler, a boat. But that also reminds me of a news story I read years ago about a woman who worked at a Hooters, and they were doing a prize raffle to win a Toyota. But it was a joke because it was a toy Yoda. And when she won, they handed her a toy Yoda, like a 12-inch action figure from Star Wars. And she sued them and won. And like she got a bunch of money because she didn't get her car. Ooh, Castlevania rap. But that's not necessarily cheating if it's within their own rules, so they should have won. I'm sure if they took him to court, unless it was, that issue with the Supreme Court, and they turned him down. A Harrier jet is a bit much, but I would have taken a cash prize. Like, I don't want the Harrier jet, I want the money equivalent. You want the Harrier with no ability to fly it whatsoever. Reminds me of Family Guy with Peter and his like Peter copter. Who keeps funding this? $7 million Pepsi points. How many points did you get per bottle or can? I know that they didn't do the cans, but just for comparison's sake. So was the 700K spent on postage? Well, I hope they won at least. I hope they broke even. But since they lost the court case in Supreme Court, they probably didn't get any back. Oh, okay, so Pepsi never cashed the check, so their money was never drafted or drawn. So his investors never lost their money, technically. It was just probably wrapped up for a little while. I guess if Pepsi had it in the rules that they could back out at any time, then I can see why they won. Just kidding. So I read the other day that Pepsi, for the first time since 1985, has fallen to the number 3 soda company in the world. They have been beaten out by Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper is now number 2 behind Coca-Cola. But the difference between number 1 and number 2 is absolutely staggering. Overall favored beverage. Popularity. Pepsi was America's number 2 cola brand, and now they are being beaten out by Dr. Pepper. So, yeah, Dr. Pepper is definitely an acquired taste. I used to hate it. Hate it. Because, like, what do they got? Like 32 flavors in there? I thought there was just too much going on. I don't mind it now. It's certainly not my go-to. My go-to is Coke Zero. Ever since I had to switch to diet soda like a number of years ago when I found out I was diabetic. I was always a Pepsi guy my whole life. Pepsi. But then when I switched to diet, the only diet soda I could really tolerate at the time was Diet Mountain Dew, which I do like, but the aspartame in diet soda just tears me apart because I have Crohn's disease. And then when they did away with the aspartame stuff and they came out with all these zero brand sodas, they use a different artificial sweetener that doesn't mess with my stomach. So I started trying all of them. And Coke Zero is far superior to Diet Pepsi. Although Pepsi has a Pepsi Zero Max or whatever, it's okay. My number 2 is probably Mountain Dew. I love Mountain Dew Zero. It's good stuff. I just can't drink it in the morning because it's too sweet. But for me, Coke is you can interchange Coke with coffee for me. I'll have one in the morning. I'll drink them in the winter. I don't care. It's my version of iced coffee. I could drink it pretty much anytime I want. Just to get that caffeine, baby. They were joking about pulling it, and then the guy did it anyway. So now we just lost like 3 tanks. Sprite's good. There's this like new brand. I forgot the name of it, and it's really good. It's a Sprite. It's a Sprite-like. I just can't think of the name of it currently. Starry, yeah, that stuff is so good. Starry Zero is delicious. That's all of our eye loot. Wish I could tell you who's for what. All these rubies, sapphires, pearls, diamonds, I don't know who the hell is what. I know the shimmering pearl was for Ranger, but we've only ever had one, and it was mine. That's like our 3rd weight of the gods, just rotting. Poor clerics. I don't want to say poor clerics, because they all have one. It's just, it's an amazing piece, and it rots all the time because everyone's got one all the time. But yeah, Starry is a quite delicious drink. It's just very hard to find the zero version of it, so I don't bother with it too much. Something I like, but it's very hard to find still, is Cherry Coke Zero. It's hard to find any of the zeros, like the flavored zeros, at the store. I can't do any vanilla soda. My wife loves, like, all the vanillas. Which is ironic because vanilla is probably one of my favorite flavors in the world. It's my favorite flavor ice cream. I love when they make vanilla milk. Oh, is it? See, it's pretty rare here. But like the Nesquik company occasionally makes they make bottled like chocolate milk, but occasionally they'll do like banana milk and vanilla milk, and I love those strange flavors. Vanilla's not very strange, but banana's strange for them, but it's really delicious. I'm slightly lactose intolerant, but it's more like Crohn's disease issues and having IBS. Can't really do too much dairy, but I will absolutely wreck my body for some chocolate milk. It's okay to, you know, to indulge in that stuff. Ice cream messes me up way more, but like just milk, not so bad. Cheese, not so bad. Ice cream though, boy, I could just get destroyed. Hell yeah, I love banana and vanilla. When I can find them here, it's very rare to find banana. And only the Nesquik company does it. Also, they do strawberry milk, and strawberry milk is delicious as well. Man, when I was a little kid, my grandma used to have this like giant tin thing of Nesquik chocolate milk powder, and you had to pop the lid off with a spoon. It was like this industrial tub can, and everybody I knew had one of these things rotting away in their cupboard. You can't buy that anymore. You know, you can buy like a little plastic one that's got maybe 20 scoops in it. But when I was a kid, my grandma had one that was like hundreds of scoops. That thing would be good for 20 years. It was like never ending. It was a bottomless bag. I don't know if that was just a me thing growing up, but I feel like everybody experienced the giant tub of Nesquik powder. Like, yeah, even if your grandma didn't have it or somebody in your family didn't have it, you know of it. You've heard of it. You've been to someone's grandma's house that had it, and they offered to make you a glass. My grandma was old school, man. Like I had the choice of walking home to my own house in one direction, or I'd go to my grandma's house and visit my big brother because he lived with my grandma. And I'd get through that door, like I'd knock on her door, ring her bell or whatever, because she lived in an apartment complex in the the deep ghetto of Brooklyn. And I'd get there and I'd ring her bell and she'd buzz me in. And before I could even speak, she'd be like, "Have you eaten?" I'm like, "Grandma, I just came from school. Yeah, I had lunch at school." And she's like, "No, no, no, that doesn't count." She's like, "That crap they give you, it's no good." She'd like force me to eat bologna cheese sandwich on white bread, on Wonder bread, only Wonder at Grandma's house. And then she would be like, "Are you thirsty?" I'm like, "Yeah, I guess if I'm going to eat a sandwich, I'm thirsty." And she would make me a malted milkshake, but she would use the Nesquik powder to make it. She'd use like 2 scoops of vanilla ice cream. Grandma was awesome. Afterwards, she'd always have like a zebra cake or something, or a fudge round waiting. And then she'd make me watch soap operas with her until my brother was like available to hang out with. Hanging out with my grandma was awesome though. Like, yeah, I didn't like General Hospital, but like she was legit awesome. She'd have that old candy dish in the sewing tray, you know, like the sewing kit. She'd have that in like the old candy dish, but then she'd actually have hard candies out, like those little strawberry candies with the stuff inside. The little strawberry jelly, I guess you want to call it. The little wrapper made it look like actual strawberry. Yeah, my grandma loved her soaps, dude. Obsessed, obsessed. All My Children, One Life to Live, General Hospital. She was so obsessed she didn't even call him by name. It was like GH. She's like, GH is on. So my grandma used to smoke until she was like 40. And then she went to the doctor and she's like, I'm not feeling so great. And he's like, well, yeah, you know, at the time, smoking had just been discovered to be bad for you. And she's like, yeah, he was like, yeah, it's really detrimental to your health. Apparently it causes cancer. You know, I'm telling my patients to stop it. She goes, oh, well, how do I stop it? And he's like, well, you could just try like buying sucking candy and just, you know, suck on that when you have a craving. And she did that. She cut cold turkey after had been smoking for like 25 years. And then her husband, he was a chain smoker, like, and he also smoked cigars. He's like, you're crazy, I'll never quit. But she put that candy out on the table, and that was there for like, you know, 50 years of her life. It was always available to us kids. Grandma was an OG, she was awesome. That old lady, she never wanted to leave Brooklyn. She never wanted to leave Sheepshead. No matter how bad it got, man. She wasn't scared of nobody, dude. She'd ride the bus everywhere. She didn't have a car. She thought having a car was impractical in Brooklyn. Took the city bus everywhere. Would never spring for a cab, ever. Alright, thank you. My grandma was one of those grandmas that would like give you a $1 bill or like a $5 bill and tell you not to tell your mom about it, you know? Not that my mom would take it, but just like, this is a special prize for you only. Just like roll it into your hand like it's drugs and just like wrap your hand up. I'm like, thanks, Nana. Appreciate that. I'd hit the wall bounds on the way home. I'd walk through Sheepshead all the way back home. Like 2 miles back home. Hit the wall bounds, you know, you could buy a lot of stuff for $1 when I was a kid. I know that makes me sound like some Great Depression old person. And I mean, I certainly feel old sometimes, but I know I'm not. But I remember with $1, you could go into the bodega. At least in Brooklyn, you could. I can go into the bodega, and I can get like a Nutty Buddy bar, which was like the two sticks wrapped up for $1. I can get a barrel juice for $1. I can get a bag of Wise chips for $1. For $1, I could get 4 items. It was like the original Wendy's 4 for $4, but only at the bodega, so it was all candy and shit. But for $1, I could walk out of the bodega with a complete 4-course snack. I got my quarter water. We used to call them quarter waters because they were a quarter. They weren't water. They were just barrel juices, but we called them quarter waters because that's just what we did. And then when we'd take the caps off of them and we'd melt plastic into them or wax, and we'd play this game called Skellies, which was like, they were like marbles, but you'd slide the caps, you'd draw with chalk on the street, and we'd play with those too. But yeah, I would come out, like, Wise chips, I remember when I lived in Florida, Wise chips were so rare and hard to come by. But now I think almost like every Dollar General carries Wise chips. It's supposedly like, they treat it like an off-brand, but it was like the brand in New York. You went into the bodega, you bought Wise chips, you bought some Dipsy Doodles. You bought some onion rings. They had their own version of onion ring. Yeah, man. Now you can't even buy one of those little snack bags for they're like $1.25 now, and it's like 6 chips. You know. Hell, you can spend $7 or $8 on a regular size bag, like a family bag, and it's still 25% full. My raid is over. We were planning on helping people with epic pieces tonight, but we lost too many too quickly. Just had an off night where we weren't going too hard, taking our time with everything. So, with that being said, I need to head to bed. I got work in the morning. I'm glad I'm not going till 3 a.m. tonight. So I just want to thank you guys for stopping by, keeping me company, keeping me chatting, talking chips, soda, and scamming send-away giveaway stuff. I wish I had a Harrier jet. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow night. I'll be raiding Fear at the same bat time, same bat channel. Oh, I forgot about your port. Do you want me to do that real quick? Or you're still in a group, though. Okay. Alright, well, I don't have time for that. But I'll get you next time with the port. Alright, guys. Take it easy. I'll catch you later.